Hi, friends. Host Eric here, host of Talking with Famous People. And I come to you today with a very provocative title. Did I type Elaine wrong? Some of you perhaps saw the typing session earlier that I published for, I typed Elaine. You may know Elaine from around the channel. She comes around with her walking feet and chats with her typing fingers periodically in the live stream, relatively often. She's relatively new, I think, to the channel, but not that new. Pre vertical live stream burst, I think. And I found it a very interesting typing session. Because I felt like it was informative regarding TI test questions. I thought later as I was watching cartoons, Brazil, America, there. Now we've both said the name of a country, except you spelled Brazil wrong. Brazil should be spelled with a Z. Okay. So, keep that in mind. Anyhow, I'm not sure if this is the best conceivable title for attracting a general audience, but it is what I'm interested in talking about right now. I will answer the question the title poses in the most straightforward fashion. No, I did not type Elaine wrong. She is an ENFJ. But I understand that, having said all of that, we have to walk back some of our confidence in the TI questions in terms of the extent to which they're informative about first or second slot. In instances where you've got a so-called non-virgin. They're both familiar with typology and familiar with how I type. Karoma. WSG, Grandpa. Does that mean what's good? You got the highest quality camera I've seen on here, not even gonna lie. I have a Galaxy flip phone. If the video looks good right now, it's because I've got lightning fast upload speeds. Not necessarily because my camera is particularly good. So I actually have 200 internet. I have 200 upload on the fiber. So as a consequence, however, the best quality well, Jeremiah Fix, I mean, I anticipated this response, which is why I'm having this live stream about this topic specifically, is how much can we conclude from the TI test? I've said before that it can inform me about first or second slot, polar, or something else, right? The thing is, as I was thinking about later, what I realized I should have asked her is some follow-up TI questions to differentiate between a good demonstration of something else in first and second slot. Is I should have asked her straight up conditional logic questions, like if P or Q, then R and not R. Therefore, what can we conclude? I should have done that, and I think that would have successfully drawn the distinction. But I worked on her for a long time. Dallas, it makes the observation that Elaine thumbnail is uncannily similar to the thumbnail for Dummy. And an EFJ woman I said back in 2020. Well, cool. Interesting. So my take on it is, yes, anybody should correctly critique the notion that the TI test questions that I normally ask them are informative regarding first or second slot in somebody who's got it front stack and very familiar with my questions and stuff. In other words, for non-virgins, that the TI questions I normally ask are inadequate to distinguish between an excellent demonstration of something else and actual first and second slot. And then if I want to make sure I can differentiate between those with the test, I'm going to have to ask harder TI questions, right? Because I'm just using those syllogisms and I didn't even ask her any genealogy problems, but syllogisms and missing generalizations, maybe those math problems are pretty straightforward. I should have asked a different construction of the math problem. I was using the same constructions I usually use. On the one instances, or the one or two instances where I used a different construction, in those instances, she moved much less quickly, right? So I do believe that the TI questions, well, I agree with you, Ivar, that most people can attain pretty easy mastery of the kind of TI questions that I was asking Elaine, which aren't that complicated, if they have any extended experience with those kinds of questions, right? Then they should be able to learn how to do that without too much difficulty. So my point here is, one thing that typing of Elaine drives home is that if I want to use TI questions to not to be anything more than a polar test, because the one exception to that, Ivar, is no ENFPs nor ESFPs can avoid displaying TI polar, no matter how smart they are. So that's an exception to that, Ivar, and that's what the TI polar test was originally, has always been officially there for, is to identify TI polar, right? I have determined that sort of as a strong correlation, I can use those kind of questions most of the time to also distinguish first and second slot. But if I'm going to truly distinguish it between an effective display of something else in first and second slot, I'm going to have to ask harder TI questions. That's the bottom line. One other takeaway, it's so gorgeous out here. I can't believe it. It's also freezing cold. Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, the snow is glistening. A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Anyway, another observation I think worth making about that typing session is actually an observation of something Rachel was saying about how the chat was rolling with that typing session. There was a general leaning towards INTP for much of it. Is that many people, if not most, can't really tell the difference between first or second slot NE and back slot NE. You know, she was definitely not tool function expert in intuition, for example. But I guess a lot of people were leaning that way. I can understand them thinking she was TI one or two. But for anybody who thought she was an INTP, that's a failure to recognize backslot extroverted intuition. INFPs can sometimes be a little bit less demonstrative of their extroverted intuition than any of the other three types, ENFPs, INTPs, or ENTPs. But even if they are, they're heavily deliberative, which is to say they're really trying to feel how they deliberatively understand a thing before answering it, which means a lot of times it's troublesome for them to answer broad universals that they understand they can't really have a heuristic about, that they have to evaluate on its merits based on how they authentically feel about it. So in that regard, INFPs can pause a lot more in their displays of extroverted intuition, appear to reflect more before providing an answer or whatever than INTPs, ENFPs, or INTPs. However, that certainly wasn't the case here. It wasn't that kind of pause and feel through a notion before articulating a bunch of responses to it. It wasn't that kind of phenomenon. You saw her, the fact that it was, demonstrative, 6-slot, extroverted intuition in a couple of spots in that typing session. But when you pressed on it directly, it didn't manifest as front stack. Ira says, agreed. My mom literally said, but I don't have a brother. Hilarious. Natalie, hello, how are you doing? Rubenar, hello, how are you doing? All right, so this question, you need a couple of additional words here, my fix. If A and not B and sometimes C, then is A equivalent to C and not B? No. I mean, that's a mess, Jeremiah Fix, what you wrote there is a complete mess. That's not an example of an entanglement at all. I agree. Her TE was not polar, but it didn't test especially well. Sounds like 8-slot. Basharat Khan, hello, how are you? Good morning. It's evening for me. Yes, Chain Matej, I do remember you. I remember you with my memory. The only excuse is that I came late to class and wasn't paying enough attention. Well, that's fine. You know, it took me obviously quite a while to feel like I had it for sure nailed down. I'm doing quite well, actually, Chain. I took a little nap after I typed Elaine, and she's, I'm sure, not here. I will tell everybody here, but I'll tell her too when I see her again, that I need to apologize to her because she asked me to publish that at 1 o'clock so that she could watch it while it was premiering. But unfortunately, I fell asleep after the typing session and I didn't wake up until like 3 o'clock. So I kind of had my fingers crossed. Well, maybe she stayed up an extra couple of hours and she could still watch it or whatever. But apparently she wasn't there, so I'm assuming she was not able to watch it. So I'm sorry about that to her, and I'll tell her when I see her myself too. I considered like delaying putting it till tomorrow, but I don't know. I just wanted to get it out of the way. I guess I wanted to talk about it, right? Because I thought it was a very interesting typing session. So, anyway, that's what happened. Now, what I want people to tell me is regarding the Kevin typing session, which aired at 9, is this Kevin that Kevin and therefore Elaine's soulmate? I don't I don't think it's enough of a resemblance, frankly. Because remember, when I drew this, I had the exact right amount of facial hair, and that Kevin I typed earlier was well. See, it's almost a perfect match, Dallas. But don't forget, it was just a few days ago that I drew that, and the rendering of the facial hair was exactly as much facial hair as he had then. There's no way that Kevin grew that much more beard in just a few days. So even though the resemblance is uncanny, I'm going to say false alarm. It's a different Kevin. It's a different Kevin. Spirit Brothers UK. Hi, how are you? Have you been engaged with any spirits recently? Any ghosts? Have you gone to any haunted old English churches and stuff? I'd be excited to hear if you have. What's your best ghost encounter ever? I love ghost stuff. I love paranormal stuff. What's your best ghost encounter ever is an excellent question for anybody named Spirit Brothers UK. Does that mean you only investigate uh, sibling ghosts? It has to be instances where two brothers died on the same day of a horrible tragedy. You specialize in those kinds of ghosts? I think that's good. It's good to have a niche. So, you know, I really think that the only other case that can reasonably be made for her besides the ENFJ is ESTP. But I think that's pretty clearly wrong because, most of all, because she framed all of her understandings of TI through FE. We have been so busy. We filmed in a haunted house last week on a live. It was amazing. Our best evidence was the Hanging Church season 1. We caught a full apparition on camera. All right. Well, I tell you what, Spirit Brothers UK, I'm going to go to your channel and open it in a new tab. I'm going to subscribe to it. But more importantly, I'm going to get that video that you suggested which is called season 1. Let's see. Okay, well, I have to find that. It looks like it's quite some time ago. Let's see. Season 3, Season 2, Season 1. What's it called? The Hanging Church. The Hanging Church Part 1, The Hanging Church Part 2. I will check it out. I will check it out with my check it out face. I do watch stuff like this. These are the kind of videos that I do regularly watch. Well, I don't remember what her exact answers were, but you know, if I say, okay, you've got world-like power, I want you to pretend. Yeah, she was too careful, is one way to put it. But the world might question if you say, I want you to pretend, you can only do this with somebody who has a lot of familiarity with cognitive functions, right? But if they do, if they're a total non-virgin, like Elaine, where she's both familiar with typology in general and very familiar with my approach, then you can ask her to position herself as projecting a meow frame of reference. So she was able to do that with SI, but explicitly was saying, I don't like this frame. I don't like this particular frame of reference. I wouldn't actually give this advice. She couldn't identify, she couldn't distinguish between TE and SE. She kept getting TE wrong. We had a lovely view of the door in the video. What door? I don't know what you're talking about. She, when asked to articulate the TE frame, she instead articulated SE. Then when I asked her to articulate SE, she got very confused because she kept trying to answer that. Yes, I did. Oh. The bathroom door during the typing session? Or when I went to the bathroom? Well, better the door than my junk. So, she struggled when then I asked her to articulate SE. She kind of recognized that whatever she was saying was the same as TE, but didn't get that she had done TE wrong, not SE, right? So on the one hand, you could say, well, that sounds more like TE polar SI8. But I think that would be misleading because obviously it's a lot easier for an individual to articulate SI stuff. I'm talking about Elaine. TE is harder to distinguish from SE than SI is easy to distinguish. Comparatively, SI is easy to distinguish from other things, or at least explain conceptually the distinctions. But of equal significance is the reality that if something's super unconscious, then there's also a likelihood of you misidentifying it if you don't fully understand everything, right? So, when it came to articulating Well, when it came to articulating the TI frame of reference, she positioned all those TI things as expressions of how you're going to be perceived. You got to meow, or you won't be perceived TI correct in this fashion. Whereas, an actual explication of TI would be saying things like remove your subjectivities from your reading of those words, understand the words for meaning what they say, and and you know, regardless of whether it's significant to you or not, evaluate everything the same every time with a disinterested calculus. That would be like TI projection. But that's not what her answer sounded like at all. So I'm not trying to say that the typing is in question at all. And I'm not trying to uh, elicit from you, yes, you got it right, Eric. I'm just talking through things I found informative about it. Because it did take me quite a long time to feel like I had her nailed down. And I believe she makes for an interesting case study. What's good, Grandpa? I'm back. I've scrolled so far, I've returned. Congratulations, Karoma. You circumnavigated the globe in a hot air balloon, and you've landed safely back here at your home base, talking with famous people. You can now deflate the balloon, get out of the basket, stretch your legs a bit, have a nice picnic lunch, and go home for a good night's sleep. Is this the same Kevin pressing questions? I don't think it's the same question. The same Kevin. Okay. That's my point. I don't think it is. But I want everyone also to remember you shouldn't just be keeping an eye out for Kevin, Elaine's soulmate. That's very important, of course. But you also need to be keeping an eye out for Anbor, KE's soulmate. Anbor, well, as you can see, he's got a little bit of a Hitler mustache, but more like a longer version of that, a little bit. He does have a bit of a weak chin. That's okay. He's got lovely big ears to make up for it. So, anyway, I guess I've talked out that topic as much as I wanted to talk it out and clarify for me, segueing into a different topic that ultimately, strangely, is more interesting to me at the moment is the topic of numbers, I guess you'd say. So, even though I just passed 10,000 subs, like, I don't know how long ago exactly, but just a few days ago, I'm at 10,231 already. So, in other words, I got between a quarter and a fifth of 1,000 subs in just a few days. I got like 230 some subs in just a few days. That's crazy. And listen to this. Now, granted, the live stream was very long. It was like 13 hours or something. But guess how many views yesterday's live stream got? 8.5 thousand views. I can't believe it. It's crazy. It's amazing. So obviously that tends to make me want to live stream if I'm getting 8,500 views. Granted, 12 hours. No, it was 12 hours almost. 11:54. That's obviously, if you evaluate it purely in terms of a time to outcome ratio, then obviously it's not as good as you do putting up that many hours of shorts. But I don't want shorts subs. I love the fact that I'm garnering subs doing what I naturally want to do, which is live streaming. Puck Buck Y, who's Elaine and where is Elaine? Elaine's typing went up earlier. Simple Girl 357 says, well, you're an interesting fellow. Well, thank you, Simple Girl 357. The thing that makes it so amazing to me, though, is I'm not doing anything differently. The only thing that's changed is I've started live streaming vertically. And for years, doing the same thing I'm doing right now, just live streaming, talking about stuff, whatever, my channel was completely stagnant in terms of growth. I was stuck between 7,500 and 8,500 subs for years. And then in the last month, I've gotten over 1,000 subs. So it's incredible. I can't believe it. It's incredibly gratifying, but I also, I know not to get my hopes up because it could be a temporary phenomenon just linked to them promoting vertical live streaming right now or something. Thank you, Free Samples, who says, you are a good guy, my friend. VRO says, the Intergalactic Fentanyl Federation has accepted you as my slime. I don't remember applying for that. Have I ever used drugs? No. Drugs? Hey. I'm not technically a Mormon, but I'm at least as abstinent. I totally share with the Mormons this. My body is a temple. Nothing's going to ever enter my body except raw vegetables, sticks, pebbles, and other all-natural things. Okay? Americans always have addictions. My bad. Well, not me, sir. Not me. I take my health and mental clarity and sobriety seriously. Well, that's my health tube. That's health tube 2.0. What I do is I load it with health fuel, and then by applying a little bit of heat, I administer healthful, I guess you'd say, healthful essence into my body. Gonna let daddy government tell you what to do, European? I don't think that Mustafa Oz is actually that way, Jeremiah thinks. He's going to smoke too, in fact. Casbah says, you blaze up good, sir. Thank you. I have lots of practice. I've been working on it for decades. And you know what they say? Practice makes perfect. Well, it's happened again. Oops, I did it again. My bong got all gross. For lack of a clean. Oh, maybe I should get me some rubbing alcohol now and clean the top of this. 'Cause if you want to taste something terrible and gross, you could taste resin on your lips. It's the most disgusting thing that gets on my lips at all. Yes, it is called disgusting resin, and its disgusting ways will make my taste buds cry out in pain. So, you really want to avoid getting bong resin on your lips because it tastes super gross. And I don't just mean partially, sort of super gross. I mean full blast super gross. And it's hard to get off too because it's very sticky. So you're not going to clean that off with just a little bit of water. You got to get rubbing alcohol. Okay. If it's very stubborn, I'm going to give you a pro tip here. Let's say, this isn't the case in this instance, but let's say your resin is being very stubborn or your bong's not that easy to clean for whatever reason. Pro tip, with your rubbing alcohol, mix just a whisper of salt. And this gives it a certain abrasiveness that facilitates the removal of that pesky bong resin. Sometimes referred to as the peskiest of all of God's creations. You want to get down there deep, just like making love to a woman. All right, now that I cleaned that, we're going to change the water because it gets super gross. Look how gross it gets. It's too late. You missed the grossest part. I was late with the camera work. That's why I'm not a professional cameraman. All right. So just as I did with the rim resin, I can do the same with the inside. First I put a little salt. I'm going to turn the thing and put a little salt. Okay, so we're going to put a little salt as per meow. Okay, good. Now, and then I'm going to pour a little of this and pour a little bit of this in there. Oh my God, Eric, I cannot believe how offensive that accent you're using is. Well, it's because I'm an honorary Mexican. My daughter's a quarter Mexican, my first wife was half Mexican, my second wife was full Mexican. So I'm an honorary Mexican. And therefore, I can use that accent and not be offensive. Even if I weren't an honorary Mexican, because I'm fluidly transracial, I can still use any accent and not be offensive. I don't know if you're aware of this, but I hear they recently classified death as a race. Why it's okay for me to talk like a dead person? Because I am fluidly transracial, I can do whatever, whenever, because I've attained maximum realization of all entitled victimhood states. Gosh, I'm having trouble processing my identity in the world. Well, have you checked out the entitled victimhood status qualification page? Because you too may be entitled to a claim of victimhood. But I'm not sure if I'm the right. There's surely a victimhood status for you out there somewhere. Maybe you're not very smart. Victim. Maybe you're too smart. Victim. Maybe you're that shade of peach. Victim. Maybe you're this shade of coffee. Victim. Maybe you have a vagina. Victim. Maybe you don't have a vagina. Also a victim. Obviously, some victims are better than others. You have Stephen Hawking's disease, you win. You win the victimhood contest. What is Stephen Hawking's disease called? That shit is terrible for a person. What shit is terrible for a person? You mean marijuana? I mean, if it's so terrible for a person, then why haven't I incurred these, bad and worsening harms from decades of smoking it? Yeah, don't drink bong water. That's terrible indeed. Not only should you not drink bong water, but you should also avoid getting bong resin on your lips. Oh yeah, I don't drink alcohol. So, as I mentioned before, I think. Gee. Have you tried to stop smoking? Stop smoking what? Cigarettes or weed? I quit smoking cigarettes for like a week last year, and I may quit smoking again at some point. Cigarettes. It's kind of annoying because I enjoy cigarettes kind of more truly in some way than I enjoy weed. It would be easier for me to quit weed. But it's a tricky situation. I could quit smoking weed. And then I feel like, okay, well, I'm preserving my lungs a little bit more than I was before. I've gone through a succession of quitting various things that I used to have problems with that I no longer do. I'm paring myself down to kind of the bare minimum of drugs and unhealthy habits, whatever you want to call them. But I do think that within the next year or two, I'm going to need to quit at least either weed or cigarettes. I'm just cashing my lungs too much. Resin lips kiss is a good way to give your word to someone. Right. So VRO, in his inimitable way, notes, listen, man, as long as you transform with the weed gods, you should ascend to the vaginal cord with both lungs and the seed. Cool. Oh, yeah, of course not, Rachel. I would never suggest to you anything of the sort. I don't really want to quit either of them. I just have a sense that my lungs are getting cashed. I don't want to get CPOD or whatever. Did I say that? I think I might have. And the thing is, ultimately, it would probably be best for me to quit cigarettes and and just smoke weed, even though like cigarettes are more of an ingrained habit. There are lots of contexts. I don't vape very much. No, Rachel didn't try and fail to quit. Rachel doesn't want to quit at all. She's never indicated that she wants to quit. I think the healthiest relationship I could have with smoking would be to quit smoking cigarettes, just smoke weed that ideally that I grow, you know. Of course, really, your ideal situation is you gotta smoke. If you want it to be most friendly to your lungs, you have to smoke weed at the right moment of readiness. It's got to be fresh, fully dried ish, you know, like properly dried, which is to say, still has some moisture in it, but is easily combusted, um, and have it be very kind of clean strain of weed, and then and then in those instances, your lungs find it least taxing. But that's tough to do. You know, it's tough to maintain that level of precision with your weed readiness because only a certain amount of uh, your weed is going to be at that peak freshness unless you like vacuum seal a bunch of super small amounts. You know. Okay, so Dillinger says on Gang of My Black Pillars, I'm the only one that can smoke me on God. Well, I don't know what smoke me on God means, but it makes me think, of course, of the famous quote, which I will now quote, reference, remind everybody the truth of. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, no matter what you do, no matter how you poo, your little lungs is too small to hotbox with God. Hey, 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 smoke weed every day. Sadly, we live and die by our choices. And sometimes we don't. Simple girl. You know, you're riding in a car with somebody who you've driven with before, has always driven in a fine way, and today they're really upset and on their phone and stuff to crash their car, you're dead. Happens often enough. And it's not linked to her choice at all, the person who died, you know? Drugs making you feel hungry? No. You know, you could be like, there was this famous jogging guru in the 70s and 80s. I forget what his name was. He was all about health and fitness, jogging, like died of a heart attack while jogging at 42. Oh yeah, I did. Buck, why? I said the answer already, but yes, I definitely did type her correctly. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, Ruben R. Well, simple girl. I mean, that may be true, and yet it's also the case that we are the experience we have. Like, I've incurred harms from poor choices before. For example, both Rachel and I have neuropathy from huffing so much nitrous. If anybody comes in with any kind of neuropathy, first thing you should ask him as a nurse is, have you been huffing nitrous? If you, uh, yesterday was rather a strong shrimp trip. I enjoyed it. Uh, if you have too much nitrous, as Rachel and I did, you will give yourself neuropathy. It does link to B vitamin things, and purportedly, if you deal with it maybe promptly, I'm not sure, but injections of B vitamins and stuff can relieve the symptoms. My experience has been that it does gradually get better over time if you once you stop huffing nitrous. But something worth knowing, since you're a nurse, that you may not be aware of that already. When I was researching it and looking for good scientific journal data to confirm that in fact there was a linkage here, and I couldn't find it, I found some very bullshit, like, doctors writing a study in a way that's not adhering to my standards of, of adequacy, right? Making leaps, etc. But ultimately, I should never have evaluated such a thing in those terms, because when dealing with one's health, it's better safe than sorry, and one should err on the side of caution, not on the side of negation, which is to say, until you establish your case adequately, we should negate. That's true for most things in life, but definitely not true regarding your health. I went into full nonsense parsing mode. I don't remember it very well, so I know a good time was had by me. Um, I wouldn't mind rewatching some of it and seeing what went down. Eric, question: what's the difference between NI and SI, self-reflection and self-awareness? Well, SI, self-reflection and self-awareness, is about remembering your past, where you've come from, what's happened before. That self-awareness can be healthy, good, useful, but for me, it's almost always intrusive thoughts of bad memories. And for well, the best thing is I don't remember what the current idea I was being delighted by at all at any moment was. I just, after a certain point, when it sort of kicked in like the car in the dark, where it would mix in and be there. What happens, or how does mushrooms make me feel? Uh, well, at the outset of any mushroom trip for me, uh, once I take it, there's a period of time stretching about 45 minutes that I feel disrupted. I'll feel like I'll get the drug sweats, which is to say my scalp will get all sweaty, and I'll feel what I call serotonin-y. I'll get yawns. I'll feel cold, even though it's not cold. Um, and it shifts my mood usually almost right away before it starts to impact my thinking, whatever assorted other. Before I start to experience the normal expression of a psychedelic trip, I'm experiencing all this ascending to cruising altitude stuff. It's a very physical um, experience, and it's just my mood such that, like, let's say I'm hyper tense, kind of clenched up, whatever, doing this kind of blah, 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 blah. Well, then that it chills me out a lot, which is to say, instead I go from like in a normal space of stable ground from which I can be me confidently into this kind of biologically disrupted, unstable place where I go, okay, I just need to chill for a second. I might be feeling a little queasy. I didn't really get that queasy at all at any point last night, but um, anyway, once that part is over, as I got to the end of that part last night, I was still engaging with the chat and such. Um, and then once it kicks in full blast, as it did last night, if I took enough as I did last night, then I'm kind of lost in this wash of often, as last night, finding things funny, enjoying things that I find absurd or whatever, telling little stories, just extrovertedly intuiting without really any filters in particular. And that's why I find it so satisfying is when I'm on mushrooms, it ceases to be something where I'm particularly concerned about perceptions, managing the interface aspect of things, which is to say, reading what people say, responding to it on point, etc. And I'm just instead enjoying being able to extrovertly intuit, knowing there's some kind of an audience there, but not having to care about what they're saying or what they think. In fact, sort of not being able to care about it. And instead, just being able to delight in fun time. However, it's also the case that even if I'm tripping pretty hard, maybe not quite as hard as last night, but if somebody says certain kinds of things in the chat that I happen to see while I'm tripping, I can kind of snap out of it for stretches of the time and just be like, okay, this is bullshit because meh, 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 meh. The Diaz brothers be killing you. Would you ever fight one of them? I don't know who they are, Lloyd Ruffle. In general, the answer to would you ever fight somebody is no, but in theory, if it were like a YouTube boxing match or something, that there were a YouTube boxing match that pitted me against a famous YouTuber and was gonna launch my channel to ever higher heights or something, make a substantial difference to the positive, then I would consider it. It would have to be like a refereed official boxing match thing with gloves and where when the ref sees that I'm just like, oh, they go pia pia, so I don't die, you know. Well, you were funny. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Yeah, I do enjoy myself on mushrooms a lot. Big Licks 007. What up, Grandpa? Not much, grandson. Would you fight Eliana Diaz's brothers? I don't know them. I don't have any desire to do so. Uh, I mean, more or less in every instance, I need some kind of reason to some sort of like productivity reason to consider fighting somebody. I'm not interested at all in having any physical altercation to say, for example, to show how tough I am or something, or to prove that I'm tougher than somebody else. I have zero interest in that. So it would have to be a very significant, meaningful, practical benefit for me to willingly engage in physical altercation with somebody else. Well, that's the thing, Big Licks 007. 007, Big Licks, BLO, I'm going to call you, okay? BLO says you win any boxing match, you just need to lock in. It's all mental and you believe in yourself. I don't believe in myself for very good reason, okay? I am not a fighter and I don't care to win any boxing match. The only reason I'd even participate in one is because I felt as though there was some significant practical benefit to it. I fight with my words, not my body. Tuesday Land is currently suffering from a shortage of scarab leaks onto the hometown on gang slang. Do you just pull this shit from... I don't know what you're saying. I never can figure out what you're saying. Have I really been training lately? Training to fight? No. Why would I do that? I haven't been training to do anything. Well, I mean, I actually kind of have been in training to perform live when I play the guitar because with Rachel and stuff, because we've been playing these open mics and I'd like to move into a time period where I'm successfully putting together a band that can gig, or at least that they can learn stuff as though to gig, and then I can record. He is talking out his left ear. I'm talking out my left ear. I don't know what's going on. I just want to say it's not because you're high. These people are just spilling BS, really. I didn't think it was because I was high. I do recognize that varying peoples and various personages engage in varying ways. This Christian lady came in while you were parsing nonsense, was heartwarmed, and said that she could watch you laugh and entertain yourself all day. It reminded her of her father. She subscribed. That's a wonderful story. That warms the cockles of this old man's heart. Buddy, you just don't know the lore. That's why you don't understand. Well, that's true. That is true. I need to learn the lore clearly. This is the time period you're talking about right now. Time in the band. Are you going to perform it? Yeah, I mean, I've had a Talking to the Famous People band before, but circumstances changed, times changed. My life went to a different time period, and I haven't had one for quite a few years now. Now I'm married to Rachel. She sings for me as I sing with her, you know. And I'd like to be able to, say, find a drummer and a bassist so that, I mean, there's a certain, it's like, okay, I've got these songs written, but in an ideal world, I'd be able to work out how everything should be with a drummer and a bassist playing live so I can figure out exactly what I want. I could play bass or guitar, but I'm mostly a guitarist. I have a bass and a bass amp, but I can't play both, obviously, in any kind of a live performance. And I guess what I will do is, for anybody who's not heard what I play at all before, I will play one song right now. I know many of you have probably heard what I do before, but for reference, I'll play one quick song right now. And it's my guitar. Let's see, what am I gonna play? Well, this one seems to be generally most well received on first listen. So I'll just play this one. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied a chance to yell at them. Because he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. Until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. Thanks, darling. You're a real winner in the game of life.
Thanks, I think you are too.
You're a great big winner in the game of life, and that's why I think you're the very best wife.
Aww.
Pre-W. Broke. Plug in. Thank you, Lou. Appreciate it. Thank you, Simple Girl, as well. So, you may or may, in general, people may or may not like it or whatever, but that demonstrates what it demonstrates how I do stuff or whatever. What's the Gary one? You mean Gerald? Gerald has a thought. He's talking about destruction of the whole damn world. I think maybe where it says Judy shares now her limits, hoping Julie does too. Gary shares for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. We're talking about that Gary. That song's called Destruction of the Whole Damn World.
I have a question that's not fun. So, is the house going to be ready for Acacia and Ruben to stay in?
Well, what I need to do is call on Monday these septic people, ask them if, tell them the situation with the septic, that we're going to get it fixed. I'm waiting for stuff to be liquidated from the portfolio. And can we turn, the water's currently off. Number one question, did they turn it off? Just, and if so, can we turn it back on?
Okay.
And regardless of whether they did or didn't turn it off, is it safe for us to turn it back on? Currently there's a hole, which we want them to continue leaving open so we don't have to redo the digging fee.
Mm-hmm.
But we just want to double check that it's okay to turn the water on currently and use the septic in the interim until we get that done within the next couple of weeks for sure.
Okay.
So that's what I need to do tomorrow. That's tomorrow, Monday.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that Okay, you guys are flexible.
The thing is, if in fact, oh, oh, you mean Kevin? If worst case scenario, they can stay here until we get that figured out.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm quite confident that, although I can't say for sure, that the current situation is resolved simply by turning the water back on at the water main at the house.
Okay. Cool.
And I'm not sure exactly where the water main at the house is, but I just want to confirm with septic people that it's not going to cause any problems.
Yeah, that's what I had on my mind. I'm sorry. Like
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. Show us what's in that ceiling crawl space. What's ceiling crawl space? Right here? This is just a vent, a heater vent for the central heating. Yeah, we do have a crawl space. And we even have a crawl space upstairs that I've never been in before. I've looked, I mean, I've been in the attic obviously plenty of times, but there's other crawl space in the ceiling upstairs that I've never actually gone up into. I suspect it's just like, I don't know, I don't really know what's in there. We could go take a quick gander, I suppose. Are there acacia tunnels? Fortunately, there are no actual spaces in our walls for somebody to get into the walls. They're filled with this foam stuff. So here's the crawl space that I've never been up into. All right, let me turn the camera around. So I'm gonna have to get a ladder to even get to it. I'm 6'5", so I can push it, but it seems a little taller up for me. This is me fully extended, so I'll have to get a ladder. All right, let's go get a ladder together. I can take the trash down as I'm going to get a ladder. I could put these bags inside the cans instead of being lazy. Okay, first let me just toss these trashes away real quick. Oh my, it's gotten all snowy out here. Oh my, this snow reminds me of back home in Missouri. Missouri, I mean. No, I never lived in Missouri. And Missourians, I'm sure, don't actually talk like that. That sure is a lot of snow. Just look at it fall. Wow. We've gotten a decent amount of snow earlier, but it didn't stick. It melted. We start to land again. If it keeps snowing at this point, we're gonna get some accumulation by morning, which I don't mind a certain amount of snow accumulation because it makes things look picturesque and cozy and everything. But if it gets too much snow accumulation, then that means that we're going to have to either dig out the snow to get the car out or put on the chains or both. Ladder. So I think we'll bring, not this ladder, that's too big. Oh, I know where my other big ladder is. It's over there at the other house. That's cool. I moved my other big ladder underneath the other house because the other big ladder is so tall, even when it's folded all the way as flat as it can be, that I just have to do it perfectly or else I'll bang into the ceiling in here. How convenient that I have another place to put things that I don't want here, but that I don't want to get rid of, you know. These things like ladders can go under the house. It's got a big space under the other house. It's not like a basement. It's what you call a crawl space under the house, but the front of the crawl space under the house is so tall that even I can easily stand up in it. So, with room to spare. All right, now here we go. So one way that we're going to do things is we're going to give you a champion's view, it's called, okay? First, the champion's view is going to let you watch me put this ladder where it goes. And what makes it the champion's view? Second, I think you're going to be really impressed and thrilled with this. It's a mirror. That's what makes it the champion's view. You get to look at it from one direction and from the other direction. Now once I get this thing up, I'll come back and get you and give you the what's called the, maximal altitude view. Oh wow, there's a light up here. I did not expect that. Okay, well, I do have to warn you, everybody. It's not very interesting up there. If you were hoping for piles of cool old stuff, which I guess I kind of was, then you are going to be as disappointed as I. For it's nothing but insulation all the way around, as far as the eye can see. Nothing but insulation. So pretty boring, huh? Well, now I know. And it's nice to know there's a light up there. In case I ever need to go up there again or something. I don't know why I would. We have another attic we can use for storage, plus we've got endless storage in the garage, plus we've got rooms we don't need, so why would I need to put stuff up there? I wouldn't, I don't, I won't, I shan't. But I do appreciate, nevertheless, there's lights up there. And a light switch. And I appreciate that it's well insulated, the house. You don't want to use any more expensive energy than you have to. And energy costs here are expensive because we heat with propane. And the electricity is not cheap either. So it's not like it's much better or any better really in the summer if we got the air conditioning going. And we definitely need it up here. It gets hot in the summer. So it's important to have good insulation. Okay? I hope you all have learned the importance of good insulation. I didn't take a bath last night. I got in the shower, but it was earlier today, wasn't it? Yeah. I didn't take a bath live. We do have a bathtub here, but I never use it because it's too small for my tall body. Yeah, well, it was just too filthy. It had to go. I typed in ENFJ recently for free, says Isaiah Rude. It's striking how definitive that SI test is. Seriously, not a single example of personal experience can be provided. Yeah, well, in some instances, your SI polar tests are going to display more SI polar than others. If, for example, you got an ENFJ who's very experienced who's a non-virgin with defensible typology, then they will learn to display. They will probably collect a little playbook of examples. Okay, I'm doing this backwards. There's a trick to these ladders, Let's talk about this for a second. Cameron taught me this. If you turn it the right direction, you don't have to worry about it falling over. It's built to stand up against the wall. So let me move this over. So you can push it flat up against the wall and it won't fall this way. And you can stack them because they're all like that. Did you know that? I had no idea. Cool, huh? And then this one doesn't work the same way, obviously, but it still fits perfectly fine there and stands up. I mean, it does work the same way, actually. But even though it's not the same kind of ladder, it still works the same way. Anyway, I never really thought about it before, but yeah, ladders are designed to stand flat against the wall and not fall away from the wall if you have them turned the right direction. Who knew? The things those TE people think of, huh? Those clever TE people. Well, I'm going to have to watch a little bit of last night's stream because I remember it so poorly. I mean, at least the peak stretch I remember poorly. I remember pretty clearly going in and coming out, but not so much during the rapids of the river. Although I do remember enjoying myself in general, a vague feeling of happiness, as they say in Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat. Bro, I don't remember anything except for a vague feeling of happiness. Kitty, I've watched you eat so much. Sean L., you get a wonder point for that. You get a wonder point. Excellent joke. I loved my step ladder. Sadly, I never met my real ladder. Hilarious. What's my man cave situation? I mean, the whole house is like, this is my man cave, I guess. You know, I don't, Rachel and I, we have plenty of, like, Rachel has her rooms upstairs above this room. And she's got her own bed in there and her own big mirror against the wall. And she likes to play with her clothes and makeup and stuff in there, right? Then when we go to bed, we both go to sleep here in the master bedroom. But it's very difficult for us to sleep together because we've got two cats, each of whom wants to sleep with at least either both of us or one of us, etc. Oh yeah, that Hokey Dokey store. I forgot all about that. That store is ridiculous. It's funny how last night was like maniacal laughing, and now fast forward to tonight, he's doing all normal human stuff. True that. So also, I guess you could say the garage is my man cave, because I do have a little folding table in there and a place to set up to smoke. In fact, let's go there now. And it's not very fancy or comfortable. It's just that chair around a little table. But there's also in there, trouble later. All right, we'll get you later, okay? Hold on. I don't want to constantly have to watch you eat, so just chill out. So, this, I guess, is the closest thing I have to a man cave, which is the garage. And in here, you'll see, and if you're into man stuff, you'll probably appreciate this, my little wilderness car. I've got a little wilderness car that we take out to like drive on the wilderness roads around here. And let's see if we can get. Let's see if we can get some winter wonderland going on. There. Because I don't know if you've heard, but sleigh bells ring. Oops. You guys okay? Everybody okay? And we get whiplash? Because I don't know if you've heard, but sleigh bells ring. Snow is glistening. Isn't that nice? It's like, what is this? Some kind of Christmas tree? What is this guy in front of some kind of Christmas green screen? How does it? I can't see how it looks from your vantage right now. Oh, sure, I could turn the camera around, or the phone, and the camera. Then I'd be able to see. But let's not try to get too fancy or anything, you know. What if I position this just right? People who are unfamiliar with the stream looking at it will assume it's some kind of green screen background, you know. What do you think? Don't fall on your can. Oh, I won't fall on my can. I'm not even walking out into the snow. I didn't leave the garage. I stayed on the dry part of the ground here. Are you drunk? No, Chris Matthews. Are you on heroin? The WPIRS is after me? I don't know what that is. I hear that cig lighter. Well, that's because I'm starting. Oh, the Wonder Point in Texas, right? Sure. That's because I'm starting a campfire to prevent hypothermia here in the cold snow. Come on, fire. You can light. Let's ride in the ATV. This is you mean the little wilderness car. I actually didn't know what you. I thought you were just pretending that we had an ATV. You're referring to this actual ATV. Is it still snowing? Yeah, it is. It's coming down pretty good. You can't really see it in the camera, but it's coming down pretty good. There goes a car driving by our house. I wonder what they're up to. I'm guessing they're up to no good. No, I'm sure he's going to the neighbor's house. Okay, I totally came in thinking this was a drunk guy smoking. Well, it's not always the case that if an individual, yeah, well, not anymore. I got my fire started. And I'm saving my life from hypothermia right now. Yeah, it really is, simple girl. And the nice thing is, you guys definitely can't hear it right now. But behind the wind, I can hear the seasonal stream that we got down at the bottom of the gully there is on and flowing. It embraced its role as stream. I mean, it just seemed like how the neighbors pull up to their house every time. It's also not unusual at all if somebody is going to be driving by that's unfamiliar. The people next door seem to be having problems with one of their cars, so they've kind of got another car in the mix that's not familiar to me very much. But yeah, it's peaceful. It is very peaceful. And I feel very lucky to live here. People tend to take it slow on that road up there as well because it's a very narrow road and it's well maintained by the county, but it doesn't have any gutters or curbs, for example. Hi, Lena Neely. How are you doing? Yeah, it's paved, but the road's paved. However, like we participated in the Mariposa County Christmas home tour with the Seroptimus Society this past year. It was just something they were looking for people to volunteer. We had just moved into the house not that long before, so we wanted a chance to meet our neighbors and stuff. So we participated in it. And one of the things that people were impressed with was that our driveway was paved. Because our neighbors' driveways are all around here, and the house we bought down the street, that driveway, they're not paved. Most of the driveways are not. Ours is paved. We've got an excellent driveway parking setup here. The house was made to accommodate RV parking. We're not RV people, um, but yeah, so it is that kind of rural neighborhood. Most people have unpaved driveways, and there, like I said, aren't any curbs or what do you call it, gutters. I am I live in Mariposa, California, which is near. No, I don't actually have a sled. I got to be careful about injuring myself, Lloyd Raffle. I'm getting up there. In my 50s, so you're not as flexible and resilient and injury proof as you are when you're young. And most importantly, there's a lot of. Uh, okay, Chris Matthews. I'll keep that in mind. Um, there's things about my body that I really want to protect. So I don't want any hand injuries. I've had hand injuries before, but because I play the guitar, I definitely don't want to hurt my hands. And in general, I don't want to do anything that could potentially impact my mobility or long term, uh, you know, like I'm glad I didn't play too much sports because my knees are going to be fine in old age. I'm glad I wasn't like my poor grandmother who worked as a pharmacist for years, wearing like high heels and had horrible foot problems when she was old. Have I ever golfed? I have golfed before, plenty of times, but I'm not very good at golf. However, what I've done a lot more than playing golf is play frisbee golf, aka disc golf. There's even a disc golf course up here that Rachel and I passed um, one time in the little wilderness car on our way to the Sweetwater mine. I think it's called that. Yeah, I think it's called Sweetwater mine. Clearwater mine? I don't know. It's a mine near here, you know? And unfortunately, I'm pretty sure it's on private property. Well, that's the other thing, Lloyd Raffle, is when I used to play it regularly when I was younger, my arm kind of got used to it. But whenever I played it since then, it's really hard on my elbow. It's like pitching, you know? What I do plan to do, and probably do it soon, may even take a day this upcoming week to do it, is I want to go ski, uh, what's it called? Beaver's Pass? Wait. There's this ski place in Yosemite National Park. It's only an hour and a half away from me, the ski place. Yosemite's closer than that, you know. I live very close to Yosemite. I've never skied Badger's Pass, I think. Anyway, I've never skied there before. Although I've skied a lot in my life. And skiing, unlike disc golf, yes, I'll be sore the next day after skiing, but it's kind of like a healthy kind of sore, not like a oh shit I fucked up my elbow kind of sore. You love skee ball, different kind of skiing, Acacia. If you guys are up here um, this coming week, as you're expected to be, and downhill. Keep in mind, I skied since I was very little. So it was ingrained into my body at a very young age. And the thing is, I'm not good at any of that kind of stuff. Um, because I have a very high center of gravity. But skiing's the exception. So, I'm sure I would just wipe out horribly if I tried to snowboard. And it's also the case that, I mean, Lloyd Raffle, I've been disappointed with the telescope. You know, I got one that I thought was a good deal, but really, I should have gotten one that has one of those automatic find it things on it because it's really difficult to use the telescope for a variety of ways. In a variety of ways. Buck Y asked if I've ever listened to Tim B. No, I don't think so. Tim Buckley, Dolphins Whistle Test, 1974. I could listen to it. So I've had a lot of trouble, actually. I've been able to look at the moon with the telescope, no problem. And like during the day, I can look at the tops of trees and stuff. But it's very difficult to, I've been unable to focus in on, like, say, a planet or a bright star and see it in much clearer resolve or more up close or whatever. And additionally, it's got this phone attachment. I've been unable to get that to work. So the whole reason I got it was I wanted to like film bits of the moon and hopefully capture like aliens flying across it and stuff. But instead, I can't even use my phone with it. Yeah, they got the sun in the sky and now I'm blind. Yeah, well, Julian, you're not supposed to look at the sun. You're only supposed to look at the sky during the night. The telescopes you see planets clearly or huge. I didn't expect to see it clearly. I just expected to be able to hone in on a specific bright object in, say, a moonless sky and see it much more clearly than I could just with my naked eye. Much bigger, you know. I didn't expect to actually like see the rings of Saturn or anything. I can't seem to successfully find any object, yeah, you know. So, no, I just mean like I can see that very bright star in my with my eye. I want now to look at that very bright star through the telescope. I get it's not going to be that much bigger or brighter or whatever, and that's fine. But I want to be able to point to it with my finger, look at it, and say, that's what I want to see in the telescope, and make the telescope be on that and show me that image. I can only do that with the moon. I'm not sure why. I've struggled with it a lot. It turned out to require more TE than I have at my disposal. Yeah, well, I've been thinking maybe the best thing to do with it would be to take it upstairs, point it out the south window of either the black room or the blue room, where it's never going to be pointed at the sun directly. Like find a spot on a tree off in the distance so that if you look at it during the day, you see the top of the tree, and then just put it there. It's kind of a weird little experience for whoever stays in that room. That's what I think I might ultimately do. Yeah, well, that's why Jeremiah fixed. I wish I had gotten one of the fancier ones instead of trying to save money. I wish I had just bit the bullet and gotten the fancier one because I can't use this one successfully. The fancier ones have an auto find a thing and focus on it feature for you, which I didn't think I needed, but I obviously did. Hi, Natalie. How are you? Well, I used Ricky's buccal and told me to focus, and you said focus on something, so I did, and here I am now. Someone makes me a drink. All right. Would you like me to mix, say, water and milk together for you? Would you like me to make you a hot water and milk? They're probably not worth a damn either. Well, maybe not, but because I was trying to save money, I didn't, for example, read all the reviews of the telescopes that do have that automatic thing. Whatever my drink is, it doesn't have alcohol in it. I quit drinking about little more than 10 years ago. Sean L says, we have the Northern Lights this winter. Nice to see it in person. Simple Girls 357 says, my dad used to drag kids around and I couldn't see anything. Yeah, well, I guess they're hard to use. What happened? I just couldn't manage drinking. It was a drug that was unsustainable for me. I drank too much, too regularly. And while it didn't cause any particular concrete problems in my life that are easy to articulate, like I never got pulled over for drunk driving. I was successful at my job. You know, I worked a lot. I didn't drink on the job, and it nevertheless was killing my soul and just ruining me. So eventually, after I made an ass of myself at a Christmas party, I quit drinking. That was when I was 42. Now I'm 52. Now, in response to this other question, you ever play some Texas Hold'em, Eric? You seem like you'd be pretty good at poker. I am not good at poker. It's extremely easy to read me. I don't typically add things to the playlist that I should do that. I should, like, for today's session, add her typing session to the ENFJ playlist. That's actually an easy enough solution to this organization problem I've had for a long time, is to just do that. But I haven't done that in a long time. Well, thanks, Simple Girl. It made all the difference in my life. You know, after that, I really started to live. I started doing the YouTube channel, and that's been central to my life for more than the past decade. Through the end of my second marriage, some stretch of single time, a terribly ill-fated relationship with a BPD person, getting with Rachel, dealing with my dying parents, selling the house in Arcadia, moving up here. You know, the YouTube channel has been through that all. You know, opening my own debate business, closing my own debate business. The YouTube channel has been through it all. What's your go-to snack? My go-to snack is salami and cheese. So whenever I'm hungry and don't want to cook, I just go to the fridge, I get a handful of salamis, and then we have these individually wrapped cheeses, Tillamook cheeses, get a couple of those, you stuff that in my mouth, drink a non-alcoholic beer, and that's a pretty decent meal. Maybe a pickle as well. We also have these like olives with feta cheese mix that we get at the deli. That's a great snack as well. I can't really eat chips anymore because I don't have enough teeth. It's too difficult. Certain kinds of things are just like, it's not worth it. It takes such a long time to chew it. But, you know, I do plan on getting my teeth fixed at some point. It's very easy to procrastinate on, right? It's not like, it's not, for example, like, oh, my tire on my car is flat. We need to go get this fixed right now. What you do? It's like, oh, it would be better if I had many more of my teeth. You know, it's unlikely that I would be able to afford or want to spend the money on getting implants for all of my missing teeth. That would be super expensive. But it is the case that I want to get at least a few implants and then some kind of a bridge or something that gives me some more molars to work with without being dentures. I don't want dentures because I can't stand to have a thing in my mouth that interferes with how I talk. Now, granted, no teeth interferes with how I talk too, but uh, it's something I can adjust to because there's not this object in my mouth that interferes with my ability to speak. Sean L says, I get crazy night sweats every time I drink. Even just one whiskey will do it. I must have the built-in alcohol intolerance DLC. I never heard of that, but I'm guessing I don't have it. Ah, that thing again. Unfortunate, but very common. Winter Storm Live, Big Bear, California. It's just beginning. Good size storm is here, 3/1/24. Well, we've got Winter Storm Live right now going on. It says light snow on the Microsoft weather thing. Apparently, that's what's occurring right now is light snow. Let's see what we got in store for the coming hours, shall we? Let's look together with the spirit of joy in our heart. Well, it's just ongoing precipitation all the way through 6 p.m. tomorrow evening. So for another 23 hours ish. Call it 22 to err on the side of conservative. It's supposed to precipitate for another 22 hours. So cool. We should get plenty of water and such out of that. I was going to say, him saying DLC is a joke for downloadable content, like in video games, when they sell an a la carte expansion a few months after the core game is released for like $15. Huh. You got upgraded with a shitty expansion. I see. Well, there certainly are a lot of uh, sort of complex idea balls that are expressed well with gamer language. You know, OP is a great expression. And, like grind, grind levels, it's a good expression. And they express things more than just, they metaphor out from gaming nicely. Yeah, well, son of a buck 24. I loved alcohol too. I loved it too much. And for too long, I hated it. I also still loved it, but I hated it. And increasingly, I I was like an abused dog whimpering back to what I originally thought was a wonderful thing. Insulin resistance. Okay, so what's the difference between insulin resistance and diabetes? Yeah, I do both those things. Son of a buck 24. I did mushrooms last night. I had this almost 12-hour long stream. I would say the middle 6 hours or so of it, I was tripping on mushrooms. Your body trying to tell you something when you're sweating. Maybe it's telling you that you're working out. If you're sweating while you're asleep, I only do that when I'm sick or it's super hot, you know. Incontinence usually refers to shit in your pants, though, Ruben, I think. I'm not sure if peeing in your pants is also called incontinence. It might have a different name. I'm not sure. I see. Insulin resistance is a broader term meaning that your body has to secrete more insulin than usual to manage blood sugar levels. The diagnosis of diabetes is when your blood sugar levels reach a high enough threshold due to the body's inability to produce insulin. The incontinence DLC. You'll piss your pants through your butt. Hmm. Cool. I've often thought, really, I should reroute my pee through my butt because then my penis wouldn't be dirty with pee. It would just be serving one purpose at that point. And that purpose is a little something I call ee-oo, ee-oo. How often do I clean under the couch? I vacuum under the couch fairly frequently, but this isn't actually a couch. This is a double chair with lift upable middle thing. Okay. So it's this chair, that chair, and a lift upable middle thing. Not technically a couch. And the other one over there is a little different. Those ones rock, these ones don't. And the middle thing on the other one is smaller than the middle thing on this one. And only the lid to the middle thing over there lifts up, not the whole middle thing. Then we've got two individual chairs of the same kind. Each of them rocks, and it has a leg, like a leg, put your legs on thing that you can pull the thing and it pops out, you know. These ones have that too. As per meow. So you can sit like this, you know, if you want to. I use it sometimes. It is comfortable, but I just have this really bad habit of, even if I'm trying to sit here and relax, instead of sitting like comfortably like that, I sit like this. I watch TV and I sit like this, leaning forward. And I'm not quite sure why I do that. Could I play a riff? I'm not really much of a riff player. I don't really know if I know any riffs per se. But I could play one verse and one chorus of a cover. It'll be quick. I'm not really feeling like playing a whole shit ton of music right now. So one verse and one chorus of a cover. You might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, but it won't do now. It's good to call me names. Well, it would go. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lost to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, you might call me and I don't want me for anything they give, and I'm proud of mine and got a song to sing. Well, that's three things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. It was a little floppy, but you know. It's called Eric Plays the Guitar. You, Chain Matage. What on earth's on that plate? Oh, that's Health Tube Senior. It's Health Tube fuel. You pack it Health Tube fuel into your Health Tube bowl. You light it on fire. You inhale the healthful fumes that emerge therefrom, and you get 4, 5, sometimes as many as 10 health points. Don't worry, everybody. It's non-alcoholic. If you are like me, then regardless of whether or not you drink, you cannot help but love beer. Non-alcoholic beer is a great invention. It's very satisfying, very beer-like, and has no alcohol in it. Or little enough as to be counted as none. Some of them have absolutely zero. Some of them, like this one, has a teeny little bit, but negligible. Well, this is my favorite one that I can get up here. I like Bitburger Drive, which is the non-alcoholic form of Bitburger beer. Well, this Klaus-Taller, of all the brands I can get in Mariposa, which does obviously not have at nearly as many places to go to for selections for non-alcoholic beers as Los Angeles does. And to get that Bitburger in LA, I had to get it either Whole Foods or what's that store called? Bevmo. Most places didn't have it. Well, it is still snowing. Not snowing very hard, but it is snowing. I'll turn the light on over there. Hold on. How about that view? I think that's nice with just the light over there on the side, maybe. If I were to zoom in, see the snow kind of piling up on the wall next to the lamp. Quaint. Quaint and snowy and cozy. Like, snow is so much warmer and more cozy than rain. Rain's cold because it's made out of water, but snow's not as cold because it's made out of snow. And that's one to grow on. Now, I'm going to be right back. I need to just step inside real quick and get a lighter. Yeah, it reminds me of home too, criminal. Because I'm actually at home, so that's why it doesn't really remind me of home. It just is home. I'm actually kind of hopeful that you know, at least going in the morning, that maybe this turns to rain a bit, because I'd rather not be super snowed in. I mean, I wouldn't be super snowed in, but I'd rather not have to do a bunch of snow shoveling. Because I don't know if you've heard, but snow shoveling is tiring. Tiring, your hands could get cold if you don't have gloves on. What was up with that? Why did that light flicker like that? Uh-oh. I hope that was an indication that we might have power problems. Please just be a problem with the light bulbs. Look at the other one. I don't think I saw the other one flicker at all. These ones over under here didn't flicker at all either, so I guess it's just that specific lamp. See, there's the other lamp on the other side of the wall. And oh my god, what is that green dot? Is that an alien? Are those two eyes? Oh my god. No, it's not two eyes. It's just a little bit of reflection. Don't be deceived. There's no monster hiding in the tree. I'll check on what you guys are saying in a second when I go back inside. I don't have my glasses with me, of course, because I'm terrible at remembering to bring them outside when I come outside. So I can't really read what you're saying right now. And why? Because obviously I strained my eyes too much in my life, and now I have to wear reading glasses. I don't really know if I could have done anything different that would have prevented that from happening. I don't think so. I think the muscles in your eye lens, they just get weakened over the years. You lose their strength. So it's kind of inevitable for everybody at some point that they're going to at least have to wear some reading glasses. My eyesight for across the board is clear as day, perfect. My hearing is really good too, but I just can't read small text without glasses. My poor dad, he was in the Navy and the Army, but he was in both branches, not at the same time, obviously, but back in the day when they weren't so great about hearing protection at all, and he was super deaf by the end of his life. Wow. It's really piling up on the trees and stuff. One would never guess looking at this that it's March. March in California. And we're not that high up. We're we're in the low Sierras. We're about 4,000 feet. at most 4,100. But, they say there's like parts of Mariposa that are above the snow line and parts that are below the snow line, and we are above the snow line. But the reality is, it's probably snowing 1,000 feet lower than this right now because it's a cold storm. It really depends on the storm. Like if you're gonna identify an elevation at which precipitation in the winter is always snow, it would be like 6,000 feet. Maybe 6,500 feet, maybe even a little higher than that. I don't know. Because there's some warm winter storms that come through, out of the Pacific, so-called Pineapple Express storms, that you got to get a decent amount higher than us to get snow. In fact, it's been one of the problems this winter as far as California's water pack is that, water supply is that we've had a lot more rain and less snow earlier in the season. This storm should remedy the whole thing, but and as a consequence, even though we've gotten a fair amount of water, the snowpack's not as big as it should be. But with this cold storm late in the season, this should put us at 100% for April 1st, even though it's only March, early in March. So that's golden. After April, California expects to basically get no precipitation straight through until fall again. So the snowpack's important. Right now, I'm sure Mammoth is getting hammered because Mammoth, the city's at 8,000 feet and the mountaintops at over 11,000 feet. That's where I used to go as a kid. My parents had a condominium up there. That's where I learned how to ski. But, my parents were creatures of habit, so I mostly only ever skied Mammoth. They didn't say, let's go try these other ski resorts or stuff like that. So I've never been to Badger Pass here in Yosemite. And it's been a long time since I've skied, but not forever. I skied no further back than, say, 10 years ago. Maybe a little more recently than that. Yeah, thanks for coming back, Simple Girl. I'm glad that your interest survived my initial snarkiness. $, meh, $. Did you? I'm not sure what you mean. Is that a question? Is it an exclamation? Been a while for skiing for us too. Planning to maybe go to Mount Snow in Maine in December. I've never even heard of that. Obviously, I'm not familiar with the East Coast ski places because we never really left the West Coast to do things like that. Snarkiness, not snakiness. I wasn't being snaky, I was being snarky. Just to clarify. Quizzical eye, raised eyebrow, quizzical eye with raised eyebrow, quizzical eye, raised eyebrow. Oh, no. I did not type her wrong. I typed her correctly. She's an ENFJ. Simple answer to that question. I don't feel any doubt about it at all, but I figured others might feel doubt about it because of the somewhat misleading TI test results. So I thought I'd make it the topic. I figured people might want to push back on it, but I feel very certain that I've got it right. But we already talked about that, Carlos. God, do you want us to rewind time every time you come here? Then we have to relive all of our previous life just for you. Is that fair to us? I don't think so, Carlos. I see brick wall window, brick wall window, brick wall window, repeat. Brick wall window, brick wall window, do you want to eat feet? If so, this is not the YouTube channel for you. We don't do a lot of foot eating around here. In fact, we do none of it. When it did not snow about 15 years ago, it snowed when we were there. It was amazing skiing fresh powder snow. Well, thanks, simple girl. What a wonderful person you are to say so. Coco wants to play Minecraft. Who's Coco? Closed eyes, closed eyes, closed eyes, says Coco Chicken Soldier 55K. Of course, it is fair. We all live to serve Carlos. Fair enough. Fair enough. I've forgotten that was the top level frame, Sean. Now that I recall the top level frame, you're clearly right. I am pleased to announce that after a long day of no progress, no signs of relief, it does feel like you, my internet friends, my famous people associates, you have done your noble duty as a laxative. And as I usually hope will be the case when I live stream, I do feel a poo is coming on. So right now I'm standing because I want to make sure that the poo doesn't go back up inside. You know, you gotta kind of jiggle it loose a little bit. Make sure it's really ready to fall out before you sit down again. Now, it's also the case that I have a wonderful thing in my bathroom. I suggest you get one for your bathroom as well. What I like to call a pooping stool. Now, a pooping stool makes it such that you can put your feet up on level 1. Say, I'm really just sitting there to go pee. I don't like to stand up. I'm very tall. Toilets have always been, since I reached a certain age anyway, far below me. And difficult to not get pee all over the place. So, you know, I began sitting down to pee fairly early on. Maybe it's just also because I'm lazy. But anyway, if you're sitting down to pee, you can use the first step of the poop stool. But if you really need to make sure you want to facilitate your pooping maximally, if it's giving you some trouble, if you're a little backed up, I tend to be because I'm not a huge vegetable eater. However, you can put your feet up on the maximum height, and then your poop is posture-wise maximally facilitated and evacuating from your body. Simple Girl says, good choice. Us women are steady cleaning up pee. Well, I think that shorter guys are less likely to miss the toilet. It's not as far away from them. You know, also it sort of depends on how tall the toilet is, but I've gotten in the habit of, in previous residences, and I still do it here sometimes, of peeing into the sink, which is just the right height for me, whereas it's probably too tall for most men. They have to stand on their tiptoes to pee in there, or try to pee up and over the edge of it. Well, that's very considerate of you, Sean. Ultimately, I think it's fair to say that the main reason I sit down is because I'm lazy. I wish I could claim as noble a justification as yours, but really, it's because I'm lazy. Yeah. in my work, I see a lot of footprints on toilet seats. So that's like people who don't want to put their butt cheeks on the toilet seat, so they stand on it, they squat on over it, like with their feet on the seat. That sounds like I would fall over if I tried to do that. I don't trust my balance that much. I'm not a gymnast. Winston's mom, me and my mom replaced the light fixture with a wide metal dish. When you tap it, it sounds like the ice cream truck. Well, I mean, it's fine. That's why I have the pooping stool. It imitates all the advantages of squatting without actually having to squat. But sorry to report, I think it's still not really ready. It's kind of a false alarm. I had so much confidence that this was going to be the moment. Thanks, Michael Patrick Bernier, 420. You're like my Google Calendar alert. Let's see. Here we go. Because you know what I say? Everybody needs a little time away, just for a day, from not smoking weed. Yeah, I get constipated a lot. I go through this cycle of constipation and then colon blow, you know. So it'll get backed up. I'll be pooping a little bit every day, but not all of my full poops. And then my stomach will go, okay, that's enough. You gathered too many poops in your stomach. And then I'll be like, oh, and then I'll go sit down and be like, colon blow, you know. So that's sort of my digestive cycle. I try to avoid that by pooping every day. Make a concerted effort, but I just need to eat more green things. When Rachel and I eat salads, I notice I poop a lot better. And I like salad. It's just, I don't know. We just don't seem to eat it that often. No, not much. I mean, you know, it's like I said, I'm not totally impacted or whatever. I poop some almost every day. It's just there's just time where it's like I'm not getting all of it out, so it gathers up a little bit. When that happens, you get this pains in your lower abdomen. Sometimes more, sometimes less. And the worst kind of colon blows, it's like, oh, you bring in this like sweat and you're hot and then you're cold and then finally you colon blow and you're fine. You know, they say the stomach is a second brain. And I don't disagree with that. I don't want veggie smoothies because I would rather, in every instance, just eat salad. I like salad. I don't like veggie smoothies. Maybe the brain's the first stomach. Maybe the brain is the second stomach. I mean, the stomach is the first brain. The brain is the first stomach. You eat first, not with your eyes, not with your nose, not with your mouth, not with your stomach, but with your ideas. Like Raul Diego. I am an intuitive genius. I don't paint with my fingers. I don't look at things with my eyes. No. I paint with my ideas. So keep that in mind. If you want to paint like an intuitive, as Raul Diego does, you need to paint with your ideas. You're doing it wrong. Yeah, it's just snowing. This is cool. You know, it's like we've had a bunch of storms this year come through, and most of them have been at least overhyped a little bit. So, like, the storms would hit, but they'd only give us a little rain, or they give us a fair amount, but they're supposed to dump a shit ton on us, or whatever. Things have been a little disappointing. But this storm has delivered as advertised. We had, when it was the raining part of the storm, yesterday, the day before, whenever that was, when it was raining really hard, it was really coming down for stretches of time, for quite a long time. When Rachel and I were driving back from Bootjack the other night, might have been last night before I started streaming even, it was like pouring buckets beyond belief. Like the roads were flooding, kind of. But well, certainly the road as it dipped down into the depression past the apple orchard, the road was fully like flooded. I had to go into a low gear and kind of push through all the water. And it's got pretty good drainage there, even though it's a problem spot. It has to be raining pretty fucking hard for it to flood that way, where there's a big like pond on the bottom of the road there. This is how I want snow to be. I want it to be big flake snow like this. I don't like little snows. I want big fluffy snows. Last year, the tree at the end of the driveway, which is still there and seems to have survived the event, got so much snow on it that it snapped in half, fell that way across the road, broke the power lines. But I'm not worried about that tree anymore because the branches that gathered all the snow that made it too heavy and caused it to break, well, they all broke off, so. But in general, it can be a problem if you get a lot of heavy snowfall in a short period of time. The trees get, especially like big, fluffy flakes like that, the trees will get weighed down by all the snow, and sometimes they don't necessarily break at the small branches, it's like that tree broke partway down the trunk. We're in Central California. We're right in the middle. We're right next to Yosemite, California, the national park, and we are about equidistant from the south border of the state with Mexico and the north border of the state with Oregon. And we're a little more on the east side of the state than the west, but in terms of driving distance, we're equidistant from the east and west because it's harder to go east than west. It's a struggle to cook for one person. You have to learn what to eat and how to cook for less people. I had to do that. It reminded me of the movie Runaway Bride. She has to learn how she likes her eggs. Well, California in the Sierras there's generally it gets a lot of snow. We're in the lower part of the Sierra is about 44,000 feet, 4,100 feet. So normally around here it doesn't get that much snow. Last year we had this epic snow year. This year we've gotten snow on multiple occasions, but it's been more in the range of normal, and it doesn't typically stay on the ground for very long. $100, Stealth Gunner. If you want to see how to book a session, in the description of this video, but I'll share the link here. It says to book a typing session. There's a Google Docs link. So let me put it. Oh, there. Thanks, Mrs. Mom. Yeah. Best of both worlds, woods and the beach. Well, I don't like the beach, and the beach is a solid 3 hours away from us. I've got multiple lakes around me, like Lake McClure, Bass Lake, Lake San Pedro, Don Pedro, sorry, and like the Bagby Recreation Area, which has the Merced River, which above Lake McClure, where it goes into Lake McClure, but above that, the Bagby Recreation Area is for that river. So there's lots of water related things I can do here in the mountains. I don't like beach because very, very much, very often. I don't dislike shore fishing in the ocean or pier fishing in the ocean. I do sometimes enjoy that. But well, a typing session, Elaine, is where I talk to a person for about an hour. I ask them a bunch of different kinds of questions and then tell them what their personality type is. Essentially, I determine what their default ways of paying attention are. And I try to do so in an intellectually rigorous fashion. I understand that MBTI stuff or Jungian cognitive functions, personality stuff, is considered by many or most people to be some kind of pseudoscience astrology thing. But I make the case, and have for years built this case, and have just substantiated with tons of empirics, although I haven't put together the data in sort of a presentation of empirics, but that actually are the ways that we pay attention. In other words, our configuration of prioritized and deprioritized attentional habits uh, does in fact break into 16 distinct types for very specific mechanical reasons, and that it could be both modeled and simulated as proof of concept, in addition to established with various skills tests, etc. I'm live streaming, JC. Um, so anyway, I understand anybody who might have skepticism regarding the subject if they're coming in unfamiliar with it, not having heard me talk about it before, and having some exposure to the subject potentially through inadequate explications of it. But I assure you, I wouldn't be messing with it if it didn't validate rationally. Right. So what I'm doing is the same sort of thing as that, except whatever he was doing is doing it wrong for a variety of reasons. Just live streaming. So accordingly, I didn't answer the phone. And I'm currently talking about what personality type is. Yeah, it's actually a lot of frustration for me, to be honest, in some ways, Simple Girl, because uh, you know, my professional history, I'm a competition debate coach. And well, people might think that means meow meow. What it means more than anything else is that I understand how to put together a case for something and whether or not a presented explanation comprises a, a legitimate affirmation that meets its burden to affirm and so forth, or whether it comprises an inadequacy in doing so, and therefore we should default to negation. So, I'm very practiced in I'm very practiced in dispassionately evaluating the legitimacy of things like that, and I put enough work into this specific thing that I feel very certain of the accuracy of what I'm saying. Also, of course, make limited claims, which is why I can be certain in part. I don't overreach in what I'm saying. Oh, my stomach. Okay, we're about ready. We're going to go in here and make it happen one way or another, okay? Just little choice, but to do so. No, it's it's one of those things where I'm starting to get my stomach's starting to get those little cramps and stuff. Like, okay, Eric, you definitely need to poop. Did I make a living in competition debate coaching? Yeah, I made a good living at that because I started in a day school coaching their competition teams. I transitioned. Sorry about that, Elaine. Sorry I published it at the wrong time. I fell asleep and I just published it when I got up. So after I worked as the coach of the team at a school where I was also working as an English teacher, I quit that job and became full-time debate coach. I was the director of a private debate school. I built the program architecture and stuff. And then after that, I owned my own debate school for a few years too. So the reason I was able to make a good living at it is because I was a very good debate coach. My kids won a lot. And because unlike other academic things, since debate is legitimately zero sum, if you want to win, the other kids have to lose, then people get compensated according to their actual competency, unlike other forms of education. So anyway, the answer to the title question, Elaine, is yes, I got you right. No, I did not get you wrong. I have no doubt about it at all. I just titled it that way because I anticipated that I might get some pushback on this one. And in fact, after talking to Rachel, after she watched the premiere while I was watching cartoons, she said that the chat was the majority of the chat was leaning INTP for much of the session. So I thought, okay, well, I want to give any objectors a chance to negate what my position is on it. But I haven't really gotten much pushback on it, actually. I think people agree. Well, yeah, I'm good at arguing, but it's a lot more than that, right? So when people, what I'm best at, and yeah, in terms of a practical skill or a skill in the moment, it may manifest as good at arguing. But what I'm actually best at is determining dispassionately whether a given set of arguments actually sustains the claim that they're being argued to sustain. And that can be evaluated objectively. I'm not attached to any given position, so and attentionally, I'm well configured to do that kind of work precisely enough. So the combination of a reflexively dispassionate frame, even if I have a powerful interest in it, it's almost impossible for my bias to impact my evaluation of things that I can parse objectively. And the thing is, what people don't understand a lot of times is that explanations, they either actually explain things because of qualities implicit to the mechanics of how they're explained, and linkages between those mechanics of how they're explained, or the specifics of how they're explained, with specific observations and or empirics. We all kind of get that there's a testing process of, say, making predictions and then either validating or falsifying an explanation based on whether those predictions, when tested, or come true or not, you know? However, people don't understand how the same thing is true for philosophy in that regard as it is for science. So when I'm trying to explain human consciousness as a dynamic being sustaining a single identity across time, then it validates in much the same way as my explanation does, as, say, an explanation for why this gasoline won't light on fire. Turns out the explanation is there's no oxygen where you're trying to light it, for example. Well, you can test that explanation with a bunch of concrete physical tests and have a determinate answer as to whether that explanation is correct or not. The same thing is true for my explanations about what comprises human consciousness and how it impacts our understanding of and ability to model reality. And we can test those things with concrete empirics, but they're not as physical, right? And accordingly, since human beings are open source beings, open system beings, which means I can learn the trick of something, I won't be tricked by it a second time. And because our ability to test cognitive functions links pretty well with specific skills tests for certain kinds of functions, it's still not going to be as rock solid as, say, a test to determine whether the reason that gasoline won't light on fire is because it's being stored in an area without any oxygen. Those kind of very precise physical questions are obviously a lot easier to construct tests for, right? To make specific predictions for and to construct tests for. When tackling the rather multifaceted ball of dynamic interactions that comprise attentional matters and exploring how that defines half of our manifestation of self the universal half, and the particular stuff, it explains differences between two individuals of the same type, but that we can isolate the commonalities between them by pointing to they're having the same attentional priorities, strengths, deficits, etc. That was a long bunch of words that may or may not have effectively communicated. I'm not sure. It is a little complex at first to understand, because the thing I'm explaining is several frames away from the default normal. In other words, it's predicated on, in part, answering big questions about why people are the way they are, what it means to have an identity and stuff like that. I've been thinking about those questions for a long time prior to finding cognitive functions, and had concluded that there, quote unquote, was no metaframe, no single understanding of reality that was informative to some extent about everything. There was no grand theory of everything that could work. I now understand cognitive functions fundamentally to be that, although it's not, say, a mathematical expression, which is what people are normally looking for in a grand theory of everything. Okay. I'm not thrilled with my progress here on the pooping, but I can tell it's starting to get up its lazy ass and come out of my butt. It just needs a little bit more patience. And when it comes to pooping, I'd say always listen to Guns N' Roses. All you need is just a little patience. Need my dump truck on that hook. I don't know what your dump truck is. Elaine says, the explanation that I accept is I trust your judgment because I feel like I don't have FITI or NE or SE as a blind spot. So another answer must be found. ENFJ feels correct. Right. Well, yeah, I spent earlier in the stream articulating in some detail what I repeating what I articulated to you earlier about why I'm convinced that you are an ENFJ. And I said, somewhat to my surprise, it doesn't seem like people disagree much about it. Even if they weren't leaning that way prior to me saying it. So I think that's a good sign, because I think it sort of resonates as true for the other people as well. I've only been online for 6 months or so. I mean, where have you been? In a cave someplace? Okay, here we go, everybody. I think you heard the progress. I think you heard a little bit of progress, and we're going to hopefully continue to attain progress until we've attained perfection. All right, I move my feet up to the top level of the stool. I rarely do that. At this point, I'm basically in stirrups. I'm trying to poop, son of a buck 24. I'm constipated right now. And, it doesn't feel like it's really going to emerge any moment now or anything, but I'm trying to be patient. I'm trying to listen to Axl Rose. Now, in a lot of ways, I don't believe I should listen to Axl Rose. But when it comes to patience and pooping, I think I should. Unlike Axl Rose, I don't want to go home to the Paradise City. I've been doing plenty of that, son of a buck 24. I can assure you that my ongoing failure to poop is not from inadequate smoking. Oh. Well, my stomach's starting to gurgle and stuff and give me a little bit of cramps and stuff, so it's a good sign that we're on our way. Karma's Pep, that's an interesting suggestion as well. I'd like to get Miralax or prunes next time I go to the store. Yeah, you and I both don't poop enough. I mean, okay, we'll do that. I'm just not sure why we aren't. We get salad and then we only eat half the container of salad, unless it's gone. It just seems like salad's the best way to get more roughage or whatever. Are we gonna really eat prunes more than we're gonna eat salad? Oh, horrible, horrible digestive system. Another possible way that we could probably improve our pooping, Rachel, is if we were actually to exercise occasionally, you know? Oh, my stomach. Ouchie, pouchy. Oh, oh, the discomfort. Oh, the suffering and the sorrow. Well, I guess that time again, that time of the like 2 week and a half cycle of from colon blow to constipated and back again. I'm hopeful that today is the day that we're in the colon blow phase of the cycle and that we're about to just evacuate those bowels like they were in a burning building. But I just don't think we're there yet. I have gotten some needless fumes out of my butt, which is sort of lessens the pressure a bit. But obviously, I'm going to have to just stand up for a while, maybe walk around. Maybe we'll do laps around the house. I don't know. It's the only way we're ever going to achieve victory, I think, here. We have to give it a little bit more time. I'm not alone in this, says my wife. It's true. I'm doing it on YouTube to include all of my important and valued internet friends. If they can make it, if they can be here, they too can get to be a party to my bowel movements. And what could be, I mean, isn't that what every kid grows up hoping for? Someday, I hope I can sit in the bathroom with Eric while he poops. Well, you can't do it in the real world. You can do it virtually, thanks to the magic of YouTube. Where's that Pepsi jacket I had? Is it in the bathroom? Let me look in here. See if I can locate. Oh, Jaqueta de Pepsi? It's right here. It's where I took it off yesterday. I took a shower. Jaqueta de Pepsi is obviously Mexican for Pepsi jacket.
It's a popular one.
Which is, I recall now from last night, I got at the Pepsi store.
You always get a lot of comments on the way.
Yeah. I leave the lights on up there. Shame on you, Eric. Eric, did I expect to type you anything? Yeah, well, it is the case that it never crossed my mind that you were ENFJ. I was thinking possibly INFJ, possibly ISFJ, possibly INTP, but ENFJ had not crossed my mind as a possibility. Now, if I were an NFJ, I wouldn't eat the last 3 gummy bears. I'd be the person who left the last 3 gummy bears because she didn't want to eat them all. Instead, I know how to be properly selfish. Okay, now we need my other jacket as well, because we're going to go outside and we're going to do a poop walk, okay? We're not going to walk out around too far because I'm just in my flip-flops and socks, but we'll go around there, around here. Have a help too. Hope that wiggles loose my butt patty. It's like a song from a horrible health class movie teaching people to avoid constipation. You gotta wiggle loose your butt, Patty. You gotta boogie down until you poop and pee. Oh, you want me to watch you eat, huh? Okay, well, I know I need to watch you eat a little bit more, but right now, I'm worried about my butt patty. I think it's breech. Yeah, we'll go watch the cat in a second. We do this little pre-planned butt patty jostling walk that I'm hopeful will promote good bowel health. So, you know, we'll walk around a bit. We'll see if this motion, the motion of walking, jostles free my impacted bowels. I guess I should say jostles free the excrement from my, I guess, increment until I excrete it, but regardless, my poop. So I'll make my poop come out, is what I'm getting at here. Say it as fancy as you want. That's what I'm trying to do. All right. So let's begin this, hopefully, constipation solving walk. Probably a little ambitious because I don't even know if I'm going to walk all the way over here. Well, that's fine. Just be a little bit careful of the snow and stuff. Oh. What is that? Oh, it's a snowplow. Oh no, it's a truck with either chains on or a flat tire. I'm not sure which. Okay, well back here it's dark, huh? Nobody can see anything. Whoa! You should be careful back here. Don't fall, everybody. You're being reckless. You need to be more careful with where you're walking. Now I'm gonna change my socks because I got snow on them. Well, you may remember this spot. It's our starting location. We started from here, back here. The only difference is now my socks have snow on them. Fortunately, I've got my Pepsi jacket on under this jacket, so I'm not that cold. You know what? If I saw these footprints, like, what would you think if you saw footprints like this in the snow outside your house? I'd be like, what kind of footprint is this perfect rounded rectangle thing with no treads, no anything? I mean, What even left those footprints? It's actually just tatami slippers. But don't those look unusual? They're very different than your normal tread on the bottom of a shoe kind of thing, you know? I think there was some sort of rectangular footed monster walking around. Ivar, check my question above. Rachel, check my question above, says Ivar. It's about your response to sensory stuff. Like, do you enjoy blinding lights and deafening noises? Yeah, I do. Who doesn't? That neighbor, the dog you just heard barking like 3 times. Those neighbor's dog, that dog is fantastic. It's not noisy. It's super sweet. She comes over and says hi to me sometimes. She is not cat chasey at all. They don't need to keep her on a leash. She's great. She's a black lab. I want to pet that dog all night. Speaking of things that need petting, I guess it's time to go watch the cat eat. And yeah, I guess I'll just have to make do with. So I'll probably just have to say, well, Eric, if you don't end up going poo tonight, you gave it a yeoman's effort, and you did evacuate gas from your body, which means your stomach feels fine at the moment. You can't blame yourself for lack of effort. And you don't want to force it. So, it just means your colon blows another 12 hours in the making. So be it. I don't think we even have any salad right now. If we had some salad left, I might be willing to eat some salad. Sounds kind of good, frankly. I haven't eaten much today. We go for maybe a frozen dinner. Let's relocate into the house, into the kitchen. Let's do a little, what I would call SI maintenance, self-care stuff. Cook something. Watch the cat eat. Okay, I hear you. I'm coming. I hear you. My poor boy is meowing so mournfully. What happened, bud? What do you mean? Nothing happened. I just have to poop, but can't. I'm Il Constipado. That's the title of my identity in Mexican. Ooh. Boy, I really feel the churning again. I think I'm gonna have to remedy this before bread. Oh. Well, maybe that walking around helped a little bit. There you go, kitty. Here are some pets for you. Reassuring pets. These will help you feel emotionally secure as you eat your food. You love emotional security. Oh. Oh, my butt. Oh, my stomach. God. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. 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 Okay, I gotta plug my phone in and I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm not even taking you with me this time. Oh. 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 Well, that's certainly a lot better. I think we can all agree on that. It's I'm probably not all the way done pooping. It wasn't a full blast colon blow, but it was a substantial amount of poop, and it had that butt full of hot death smell that I associate with colon blows. So we can all rest a little bit easier now. Okay. I definitely feel better. Uh, but there's definitely a second act coming at some point. I had to poop so bad, and um, I needed to plug in the phone, so I didn't have time to move it around or whatever. Um, okay, now let's go back to the previous. I did sleep today, a few hours, but I'm definitely gonna need a good night, long night's sleep tonight, and I'll probably have kind of a sleepy day uh, today. Well, sure, that's the best wipe, the shower head, but the problem is, do you want to take a shower every time you poop? The point is, I don't need my butthole to be sparkling clean uh, in, until the only time I need my undercarriage to be sanitized and full is before I go to have sex, you know? I don't want to stink it all. It's a good way to save water as well. Only shower right before you have sex. I mean, we actually have wet wipes here because I brought a bunch from Arcadia, which we had gotten them because my mom had dementia. We needed those for that, and uh, we had quite a few left. But I just don't tend to be in the habit of using them. You're emotionally ready to invest in a several $100 bidet. Okay, well, that's step one of readiness is emotional readiness. TP doesn't get your ass clean. Well, I mean, I always wipe until there's no any brown on the toilet paper. Now, granted, I wouldn't want to eat off it, but that's true even directly out of the shower. I wouldn't want to eat off my butthole. So, nothing that's non unique to toilet paper. Yeah, she did great on them. But what I was musing earlier, and I should mention this for Elaine as well, is that if I wanted to sort of explore the extent to which more robust TI questions can successfully distinguish between good something else and first and second, I would have asked you some questions like, if P or Q, then R and not R, what can we conclude? Or, Z and P, or R and not Z. not P, what can we conclude? All right, well, I don't doubt you can do them correctly. The question would be about whether there would be a differentiation revealed in terms of how you go about solving those. I'd have to make sure I give you one that you're not familiar with the format at all. No, I'm not necessarily actually asking you. I'm just thinking at the end of that session with Elaine, I said, I need to ask you some TI questions that you've not heard the format before. And I said, I don't really have any of those at my disposal. Later on, I realized, actually, I do. I could have asked you some conditional logic questions. You just have to make sure that they require you to solve them without using any pre-understood heuristics or strategies. All right. I need to make some food. Now that I pooped, I realize I'm hungry. And I probably will have to poop again. But right. Well, Chris Chapman in general, this is what I have historically again, there's a difference between correctly and parsing it a certain way. Okay. So I could teach maybe not TI polar people, but pretty much any kids strategies for solving TI problems. It's also the case that once you've been around enough of them, if you've got good NI tool, that you're going to sort of intuit the answers to a lot of them. That's why I need to come up with fairly complex constructions and have you solve them without a piece of paper. Right. Well, and that's why I brought the topic up at all, is that what Chris Chapman says was sort of my original strict constructionist position, which is polar tester to test polar. You can't tell anything else from them. And certainly that's true, for example, with TE. You either test polar or something else. It's not that way for me with NE, but it's not because of some sort of clearly articulatable criterion used in evaluating NE. It's because my instincts about that are very good. I look like I love BBC. I'm going to assume you mean the British Broadcasting Company. And, well, I've watched some amount of BBC programming. By and large, I would say I don't think highly enough of them to say that I love the British Broadcasting Company. Now, if instead, Azura, you're saying something else, well, I didn't know that one could look like one loves that. Is there a certain appearance of a person who has that a fondness for that particular offering, let's call it? Do you want to clarify a bit, or have you ever had a conversation with a raven? But yeah, the test being only polar test is a very interesting issue. I think they're most responsibly treated as such. Some of them I don't even consider the possibility of getting any information from them other than about the polar, like the NI polar test or the like SE. My questions related to SE polar, my questions related to FE polar and or FI polar. I don't even consider getting really any information from them except about the polar. I guess what I'm concluding here is that I probably overreached in thinking that I could make determinations about something other than polar the TI tests. So I guess I'll have a sweet and sour chicken. We don't have a lot of choices right now. 4 minutes on the sweet and sour. We're gonna eat that, and then after that, I think I'll probably end the stream, watch Apothecary Diaries, take a couple gabapentin, and then go to bed. Gabapentin day and night is gabapentin. I only really take gabapentin when I feel like I want to help myself sleep well. Okay, sorry, eggplant. You want me to do the thug shake again, huh? I guess it's true that I do it better than anybody else, but it's like this. Okay? Everybody wants me to do the thug shake. They want to learn how to dance with the thug shake. Anthony Touch says, why do you look like you're dying? Well, Anthony Touch, it's because I am. I've got a slowly wasting disease called growing old. And I'm pretty convinced that within the next 50 years or so, it will kill me. Now, my question is, not so much why are you dying? I'm not sure you're dying, but why aren't you growing? Or if you are, how have you only gotten here so far? Are you 12? Peace. I'm going to biscuits for my son. Have a great snowed-in time, Eric. Played my Mexican strats today. Cool. Coolio. Can you scale a fish while it's still alive? Not humanely. Why are Chris Chapman and Elaine saying the same things? The theosophy stuff looks interesting to me, but that's mostly Spangler-based and not Union. Was World War III good? World War III has not yet occurred, Connor Margaret. No, for certainty, there's no certainty that it definitely will occur, but if it does, it still has not yet occurred. I'm not a traveler from the future if that's what you thought. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Elaine and Chris Chapman. They must be. Could they be the same person? Could Chris Chapman be Elaine? That's possible. I know Elaine's a real person. I talked to her today. I may have talked to Chris Chapman before, but I don't remember. They've created a Voltron. Okay, I am familiar with Voltron the cartoon. I'm not quite sure the linkage here. What are some new creative solutions for pizza crust? Well, you need to go with cracker crust, Roy, which is what I do when I make pizza here at home. I roll it out as thin as I possibly can. Then you put it on your cookie tray or whatever, and then you put just tomato paste over the top of it, not any kind of special sauce or just straight up tomato paste, a thin layer of it. A little garlic powder, dried onions, your toppings, your meat and your cheese, and cook that for 20 minutes or so. A little less probably, depending if you start with the hot oven or not. But the point is, it's fantastic. Why? Because it's not a bunch of dough. It's a tiny, thin crust pizza. Go to whole typing session? Okay, well, it was a long time ago, I'm sure, Chris Chapman. How am I supposed to remember these things? Well, Cam, that makes you unique among human beings. What's something that hasn't been deep fried that you'd like to deep fry? Something that has not yet been deep fried that I'd like to deep fry. That's a very interesting question. Let me get my food and I'll come back. All right, I've got a good idea. I'm thinking what I would like to deep fry that I'm pretty sure hasn't really been deep fried before is salad. And here's what I'm envisioning. You take your salad leaves, be they spinach, romaine, iceberg, mix of them all, whatever. You take your leaves and you put your dressing on it. Blue cheese, let's say Roquefort maybe. You'd even go a raspberry vinaigrette if you wanna have diet deep fried salad. Anyway, you toss the salad all ahead of time. So it's all dressed properly, right? And then in a very hot oil. Well, okay, then after you dress the salad, I think you should batter the salad a little bit. We'll batter it with same batter you use for fried chicken. Okay. We'll dress the salad, then we'll batter it. Then we just dump it all into the deep fryer like that. And obviously it's going to kind of fall apart in the deep fryer. That's okay. Just let it fall apart. And then as the individual chunks of it are turned golden brown, you just pick them out with some tongs. And you serve with a side of tartar sauce. I do really like the idea of deep fried water as well. First, you gotta try to batter the water. That can be tricky. Like Delilah told me when she was younger that she liked onion rings, but she didn't want there to be any onion in them. It's like, so what exactly are you battering and deep frying? Just circles? Onion rings. She liked onion rings a lot. She just wished they didn't have onions inside of them. That's just batter. You just like fried batter. Dark chocolate covered quinoa. Hey, Roy, why don't we deep fry that dark chocolate covered quinoa while we're at it? Hey, lady in red. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. I'm glad you're wearing red. Makes you look more like Nancy Reagan. Yeah, isn't that adorable? That's little kid not understanding how deep frying works. Mm. Something that should be combined with chocolate, huh? Hmm. Hmm. Well, I know it's not a particularly unusual pairing, but I don't think of like chunks of cheese dipped in chocolate as being very common. I think people do pair cheese and chocolate fairly often, but not chocolate chocolate dipped cheese. But that would be good. Deep fried chocolate butter cake. Oh, I do. I slept for a few hours today, but I'm gonna, after I eat, maybe have another health tube. I'm gonna wrap this up, watch cartoon, go to bed, try to get a full night's sleep tonight, like 8, 9, 10 hours. Maybe have a sleepy day tomorrow as well to catch up on sleep. I understand the importance of getting enough sleep, and I'm pretty good at doing catch up, you know. And the weird thing is about sleep, your body somehow keeps track of all the hours of sleep you've ever lost. And even if it's years later, if you give the opportunity, it will catch up on those hours of sleep. What do you think about deep fried cotton candy? If you're going to mix fair foods, Sharp cheddar with dark chocolate? Sounds good. We've already created deep fried cotton candy. What do you think would happen? What's your best Riz line for the femboys? I don't know. I'm assuming femboys, you mean like gay men? I'm not interested in that at all. I mean, I'm not like, I don't make it a big part of my understanding of my identity or self or anything, but I'm definitely heterosexual. Grunion, Chris Chapin. It's kind of fish called a grunion. Bunion on your foot. Yeah, there's another one. Chris, weren't you a mod, says Lizzie One? I don't know. I don't drink alcohol, actually, Roy. This is non-alcoholic beer. Smoke a stoker. Right now, I'm pulling a couple bowls, and then I'll probably get another beverage, go outside, have a reel. A reel is another word for a cigarette because it's short for cigarillo. Make me a poem with your beautiful knee. Elaine, how can I share in poetry the words within my heart? That's how your poem should begin, Chris Chapman. You're smoking those weed vape pens? I know they're bad for me somehow. Well, Roy, it kind of depends on who you are. So Rachel, when she uh, when she smokes bowls like this, she coughs a lot. But when she hits a vape pen, she doesn't really cough at all. Personally, I don't like the way that vape pens feel in my head or my chest. My date, Miguel Ramirez, was fine. Shadow says, bro needs to mew. Shh. And then, I don't know what that other one is. Okay. Thanks for your input, Shadow. Can my poem be a word salad with onions inside? No. It needs to convey singular, clear, non-ambiguous truth. I think vape pens have less CBD. Well, I mean, the thing is, flower, as they call it now, and I don't refer to it as that historically. I've called it buds, But regardless, it has all the various psychoactive components of marijuana, of which there are many. And marijuana is said to work according to what's called a congregation effect. So that while you can't really isolate any single component from it and say, this is what makes you high. THC is the one that people typically isolate, but no, I haven't seen the videos of Chinese people testing vape pens in the factory before being packaged up. I mean, that would just say to me, I just feel convinced from that, all right, I should just alcohol wipe the sucky part, before using it. No antennas. You have to do it yourself. Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep beep beep. That's the sound of calculations being made. Weed cures your irritable bowel syndrome? Well, I'll tell you what cured my irritable bowel syndrome earlier: pooping. My stomach was kind of crampy and stuff, wasn't feeling very hot. I knew I had some poops to let go. sometimes it can be hard to let go. Sometimes it can. It's not easy saying, I'm sorry, I just don't need you in my life anymore, and ending a relationship. Honestly, the point of weed vapes, half the time the carts end up having issues and get smoked all the shitty weed oil. Well, Sleazy One, I'm going to say this as well, which is when I don't necessarily hate concentrate, but it is the case that I'd always rather get, say, shatter or crumble or whatever and just put it on top of a bowl and smoke it. Then it seems to be like a booster, like a like nitrous on a car, a booster to your bong rip. You seem to really kind of get your money's worth from it. I agree that I don't find vape pens get me high at all. I mean, I gotta hit them hard if I'm gonna get high from it. And it's not like the same kind of high. Roy, I don't disagree with you. That would be great. I probably should get that. Arizona Extreme Q, huh? You're not wrong, Roy. I'll have to think about that. Maybe I will get one of those. You can get your money worth with normal dabs or diamonds. With the cart, you get shit smeared on the sides. Yeah, I mean, the cartridges last a lot longer than the equivalent amount of money spent on concentrate in another form, another package, right? But regardless of that, I just don't really feel like, even though the disposable vape pens are not very expensive, really, for how long they last, I still don't feel like you're actually getting good bang for your buck because you just don't get any bang out of it, really. Where's that jacket? Where did I put the jacket? Live resin pens without flavors are nice but hard to come by. They often add flavor. I mean, Rachel primarily hits the carts. I don't know, they last a long time. But we haven't gone to the vape pen store in weeks, maybe a month. And she still has multiple ones and stuff in it. I don't know, we tend to buy like 4 or 5 of them when we go. I have had a couple of them before that I found effective, good. I like the taste of them, but we don't really keep track of which ones we like or whatever, so we kind of are always trying new ones. I agree. Old-fashioned homegrown is still the best. The best weed is weed you grow yourself, and it's only the best weed for for certain bits of its lifetime, unless you want to be kind of hyper meticulous. Let's say you get like a pound of weed or something out of a plant, and you want to make sure that it's all good smoking, then you're going to have to vacuum seal up, break it up into quarter ounces, vacuum seal a bunch of quarter ounces separately so that you have actually fresh weed every time you're smoking weed, because by the time you start burning through a sack larger than about a quarter ounce, it'll be not that fresh by the time you get to the end of it. So that's not a bad idea. I could get a vacuum sealer. I could do that stuff. I tend to drag my feet on those kind of practical notions. Like, I need to get seeds. I gotta order them from the internet somewhere. Because I do want to grow this spring and summer. I want to grow enough that at least on a couple of plants, I can bud them early, you know, put them in the garage, uh, make sure the garage stays dark, you know, put them in there every day at like 4 o'clock in the middle of the summer and start them budding so that, like, when the seasons do change sufficient that the ones that I don't do that to start budding, I can then put the ones that I started budding early outside at that point, and they can just finish their budding cycle, and I'll get a harvest that's a lot earlier than if I just do plants in the ground, you know. You gotta obviously put it in a pot to do that. Anywho, it is still raining a little bit. I mean, not raining, snowing a little bit, and but it's not nearly the amount of big flakes, big fluffy flakes, and pile of snow that it was earlier. So, you know, we'll see what the night brings. Like I said earlier, it's supposed to continue precipitating all the way through about 5 p.m. tomorrow. And it may sort of vacillate between heavy and light rates of precipitation. But I'm hopeful that we don't get too impacted by piled up snow this time. I mean, because it's March, once the storm passes, I suspect it's gonna melt pretty quick down here, you know. But well, we'll see what not so much tomorrow brings, because I don't need to go anywhere or do anything tomorrow, but we'll see what Monday morning brings and how much of a hassle it is to get out onto the road. The nice thing is the snowplows around here are very diligent, so once we get out of the driveway, we don't have to worry about it until we get back to the driveway. It's definitely cold. It's a record low for today. I saw on the Microsoft weather thing. Record low for March, what is it, 2nd, 3rd? See what's going on here. I got a few different answers. We get hedge witch, sea witch, cottage witch, cosmic witch. She resonated with cosmic. What's a seed but a small nut? Well, I guess the difference between seeds and nuts is you probably don't want to eat seeds. You might want to eat nuts. I mean, sure, some sesame seeds on top of your bun never killed anybody, but Yeah, sunflower seeds, you could eat those. You could, without hurting yourself, eat the seeds of strawberries and lots of things. But in terms of things you want to put in a bowl and mix, well, you don't want to reach into a bowl of mixed seeds. You want to reach into a bowl of mixed nuts. That was rhetorical. Farley, take a lap. Oh. Hey, you know what, Slizzy Wan? Maybe my answer was rhetorical too. You thought about that? Everyone's all talking about rhetorical questions. What about rhetorical answers? Hi, No Sage. How's it going? The air is so cold and fresh. Feels like the mountains. Believe you me, you gotta try breathing this air over here. I tell you, it's some of the most refreshing, most breathable air you're ever gonna breathe. Julie, come over here. You gotta smell this air. You gotta breathe it. You're gonna love it. It makes your lungs and your nose smell like the mountains. All right. Plug this in. And I am going to wrap this up in just a minute or two. Eric, don't ignore our funny jokes. Well, I was outside. I wasn't looking at the screen, you know. What is your funny joke? I like sitting in the driveway barefoot. I don't get it. I totally don't get it. I'm pretty sure that Acacia did not mean to remove that comment. And then, like, guys, I think it's fair to say it was an accident, since I see nothing offensive about it whatsoever. Rhetorical greeting to you as well, though, Sage. And, oh yeah, she said so right there, accident. I like nuts, though, says Chaos Fuel. Who doesn't like nuts? Sleazy One corrects. Oh, you mean a big seed? Well, that's why you don't have bugs on you, Rubinar. Because you chug pesticide. That's why Acacia and Rubinar are bug free. Anyone would like to host an after host Eric party, speak now. She speaks truth because I am wrapping this up shortly. My comments are gold. I don't care if they get deleted. But you probably care to know whether it was on purpose or by accident. I know, that's why they're not as good anymore. The proper thing to fry things in is lard, obviously. You know, you want to maximize your fat and hardiness quotient as much as possible. Your HQ, your hardiness quotient. All right. Well, I want to thank you all for being here very much. And I am excited every time I stream these days because I can't believe how fast the channel is growing all of a sudden. We just hit 2,000 subs. And then before I started this stream, we were at 2,230 something. It's crazy. So, fingers crossed that continues for a while. And I love you all, and I will see you later. Yes, Ruben and Acacia, both of your boats are on the front of you. They're supposed to be on the back where you sit, okay? Fix that, please. Talk to you all later. Hasta la vista, and good night.